Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 7th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with every other person who's here in the physicality and those who are here in the dimension of energy. And I think the ones here in the dimension of energy far surpass in numbers the ones that are here in the physicality. But that's what this is all about, learning to transit between the two dimensions, which, as you saw, the wellness system, I think, is raring to go to meet more individuals, to help process more individuals, help us learn how to feed ourselves, help us learn how to release the soul, gain confidence to get to the next step. There always seems to be a next step. And that's what we know about this knowledge. It's endless. And I think the steps that you can take are probably endless as well. So we're going to continue on this journey today through the 519th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and hear what Mr. Keshe has to say. And again, this wellness system is so far advanced. It's probably the most advanced system that's ever been on this planet for sure, or any other planet across the entire universe. So this is what we'll focus on today, a little bit more about these sessions. You're helping to develop them, but you're also helping to develop your own understanding of feeding yourself, transmuting yourself, creating wellness and the rest of it. I don't know everything about them, but they obviously can handle any condition of unwellness in the body of the man. And I think we'll see more and more. The system is developed, but it is in its infancy, as Mr. Keshe said. So there'll be more things added to it, more conditions to be able to be processed. And that's why it's important that you volunteer in a way or pay to be a volunteer and develop this system more and more as the weeks and the months go by so it can accommodate everyone. I know this is the plan, and this is what will be delivered. Normally, we start with the World Peace Treaty, and that's where we will start again today. Again, it's all about finding peace within yourself, peace within your environment on this planet, and then peace with the universal community. I think many people thought we could run quite wild out in the universe, but apparently there's a educated way to go about it, and then there's sort of a hooligan way. I know Alex likes to refer to that. We have a bunch of hooligans running around here, and as we can see, the condition of the planet in the matter state doesn't seem to be improving, although it will. But yes, we get a lot of bad info, a lot of bad news, and a lot of very depressing things. So we can see the condition of this planet at this point is not ready to join with the universal community and interact, since we haven't found out how to interact amongst ourselves yet. But this is all part of the process, and this is part of the process of the World Peace Treaty. And it's a very simple document. The world religious leaders will sign it. The world political leaders will sign it, and many others will sign it. Again, it's a wish, and you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, because I'm sure when you go out into the universe, you'll never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. And so we're promoting this. Obviously, it's needed at this point in time. It's always been needed, but it's needed more and more, it seems, these days, as we're coming very close to escalating things that could run out of control. And hopefully the universal community, as well as us with our wishes and wishing for peace, will bring that change. Once we get to a certain tipping point, I think we will see the change come through the fields. But everything has to be in its right time. And again, we're very anxious to do this. We're very anxious to do that. But as a good coach knows, when he's coaching his athletes or students, he knows when they're ready to take the field. And apparently this is a slow, steadfast, but a slow process, a gradual process. Gently, in a way, they're bringing everyone into this system. So the first prerequisite is, one of the prerequisites is finding peace within yourself, as I said, within the environment where you exist, your family, your work environment, your neighborhood, your city, and then finding peace with some of the future entities we will probably interact with. Maybe some of you have already interacted with members of the universal community and you didn't even know it up to this point. But this is what we're learning to do. And slowly, slowly, we're being brought into this process. And this is all about investigating and understanding this knowledge for yourself and unraveling it for yourself and applying it to yourself, not so much for the others. At least at this point, until you master it, then you may become one of these teachers in the new cycle of teaching to show the others how to do some of these things that have been hidden for eons for man to be able to move as the creator moves. And now we're understanding more that we are the creator in so many ways, and we're part of this whole totality, as everything that we can see and we can't see is. So we're gaining more respect for everything we're coming into. And of course, carrying this ethos of Mitra, this thinking good, speaking good, and acting good are very important prerequisites in a way. And this will carry with you throughout all your travels, I would imagine, across this universe or any other universes you may operate in. The World Peace Treaty. If anyone would like to read it, please come right in and join in. If not, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, the city, the town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, position held. And again, on behalf of the nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, and an individual. Have it witnessed, which I think is an important part. The witness will pick up some fields and begin to move in this path as well. And it may not be within a minute, or it may not be within a week, but this will sort of circulate, this energy will circulate within them. And again, it's up to them to make that decision whether they want to become that peaceful creature so they can enter the universal community. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we all know, we are introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language on this planet. And again, it's just in its infancy. And I think the nation of China has picked up this flower, and we'll be hearing more and more about this. Anyone have any comments they'd like to make? You're always welcome to open your mic at any time, interject. Perhaps someone will hear something, even though you think what you may say is not important. It may be much more important than you realize. So if you're being nudged to open your mic and to make a comment or say something, please follow through. It's most likely the you within you. What we've been doing here is our partners in China have put together this paper, which we call the Community of a Shared Future. And we've been reading little snippets of this week after week. It's a global community of shared future, China's proposals and actions. And this is what something in the matter state that the nations can meet and discuss and see how they want to proceed forward in this more or less very, very positive win-win type of situation. Now, I did just have my place here. Okay, we highlighted. So we're reading through this paper, and again, it's not so large, but it is quite extensive, quite detailed, and it almost seems like it was written in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation. But this is official China policy. It's called a white paper. I think it was put out in September of 23. calling all the nations to join and sit down together and let's seriously look at how we can develop our future. And of course, this is not in stone. It can be negotiated. Other people can have their point of view, and I think it's welcome. But it's the idea of moving into this peaceful path of development. And of course, the technology that is being shared with China that they've decided to take up is going to be an integral part of reaching this common shared future in a peaceful way. So if anyone would like to read this, that's fine, or I'll go ahead and read a couple of these. Maybe we'll cover number 2 and number 3 today. But it does make quite a lot of sense, and it continues to talk about the proper way to negotiate and collaboration and all the rest of it, that the nations can sit down with China. And I'm sure once they get a wind of this new technology coming into the market, this will assist China in their goals of a win-win shared future for all. And it'll really call the other nations into questioning if they want to move ahead with advanced technology or they want to sort of stay behind out in the field somewhere. And I don't mean the plasmatic field. Following a peaceful development path. History tells us that for a country to develop and prosper, it must understand and follow the trend of global development. Otherwise, it will be abandoned by history. The trend now is the pursuit of peace, development, cooperation, and win-win results. The old path of colonialism and hegemonism leads to a dead end, and those who follow it will pay a heavy price. Whereas the path of a peaceful development is the right one for the world to follow. Gee, it does sound like the authors of this may have read the World Peace Treaty, maybe even have endorsed it. The pursuit of peace, amity, and harmony is deeply rooted in the cultural realm of the Chinese nation and runs in the blood of the Chinese people. For a long time in the past, China was one of the most powerful countries in the world, but it does not have any record of colonization or aggression against other countries. China's adherence to the path of peaceful development is an extension of the millennial-old cultural tradition of the peace-loving Chinese nation. China always adheres to an independent foreign policy of peace and has always emphasized that the goal of the Chinese foreign policy is to maintain world peace and promote common development. Imagine if all the nations were broadcasting things like this to their nationals. I continue, that was my comment. China opposes all forms of hegemonism and power politics and does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. It will never seek hegemony or engage in expansion. These principles are stated in China's policies, incorporated in its systemic designs, and always adhered to it in its practices. The world needs peace, just like a human being needs air, and living things need sunshine. The path of peaceful development is beneficial to China and the world, and we cannot think of any reason not to stay on this path. China follows the path of peaceful development and hopes the other countries will take this path as well. Only by working together to pursue peace, safeguard peace, and share peace can countries achieve their development goals and make greater contributions to the world. Only when everyone follows the path of peaceful development can countries coexist peacefully, and can there be hope for building a global community of shared futures. We'll read the next one as well. Would anyone like to dive in? The water's just fine. fostering a new type of international relations. The new type of international relations is different in that it has created a new path for interaction between countries, opened up a new chapter of world history where different civilizations and countries with different systems coexist in peace and seek common development, and pave the way for building a global community of shared future. A new type of international relation should be built on the principles of mutual respect, equity, and justice, and mutually beneficial cooperation. Mutual respect means treating people with sincerity and equality, and opposing power politics and bullying practices. In upholding equity and justice, countries must discard extreme materialism and overemphasis on competition, and ensure that all countries have equal rights and opportunities for development. Mutually beneficial cooperation means that countries should reject the maximization of self-interest, address the legitimate concerns of other countries while pursuing their own interests, and promote common development of all countries alongside their own development. The foundation for building a new type of international relation lies in the broader and deeper global partnership based on equality, openness, and cooperation. China adheres to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence in pursuing friendship and cooperation with other countries. It works to reinforce coordination and positive interaction with other major countries in order to build major country relations featuring peaceful coexistence, overall stability, and balanced development. Acting on the principles of amity, sincerity, mutual benefit, and inclusiveness, and the policy of forging friendships and partnerships with its neighbors. China strives to increase friendly ties, mutual trust, and converging interests in its neighboring countries, guided by the principles of sincerity, real results, amity, and good faith, and with a commitment to the right approach to friendship and interest. China endeavors to strengthen solidarity and cooperation with other developing countries and safeguard the common interests of the developing world. Major countries are key actors in building a new type of international relations. The international status of a country is measured by its openness of mind, breadth of vision, and sense of responsibility rather than its size, strength, or power. Major countries should direct their primary efforts to the future of humanity and assume greater responsibility for world peace and development, rather than wielding their power to seek monopoly over international and regional affairs. Major countries should strengthen coordination and cooperation, respect each other's core interests and major concerns, consider the perspectives of other parties, and value mutual understanding, and treat smaller countries as equals. By building a global community of shared future, emerging countries and established powers can avoid falling into the fastidious trap, find the right way to get along in mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, and build common ground and achieve common development for different civilizations and countries with different social systems. Okay, I think we'll leave it there. But again, this could have been written directly by the Keshe Foundation in a way, although they're working in the matter state, yes, and but mostly in the dimension of energies and fields these days. But we're going to see a lot of development in the matter state. But gosh, they must have been reading the Blueprint for Peace or listening to some of the teachings of Mr. Keshe, because this seems right in line. Again, it's not perfect, and neither is any country perfect, but it's a base to sit down and let's start and work together. Especially it'll going into space will be much easier if we all work together on this, or the countries that don't, I guess, will be sort of left behind with the rocket technology and the others. So this is what's being put forward, and I think it's a very good paper, and I like the way it's written, and I like the ethos that it's carrying with it about respect for the others, very similar to how we respect other souls. They're talking about countries here. They're talking a lot in the matter state, but it seems very powerful paper, and I'm sure most of the countries have read it, but yet there's a few people that seem to want to push a different agenda, want to create a very, very chaotic situation on this planet. This is what it seems like to me. Otherwise, most of the countries should be echoing this sort of sentiment and friendship. And if they were all projecting this sort of thing on their mass medias, on their televisions and radios, at least part of the time, I think we can all move in that direction quite naturally. I think it'll be just a natural process. And of course, the technology will assist it in a great way. It's almost like having that trump card, per se, and I don't mean President Trump. I mean having, in a way, an advantage, a tool that can push the others into the correct direction of win-win cooperation and development for all nations being equal. This is what we're going to come to, and the technology is going to make that happen. So we'll continue reading this in the next week, but it's a beautiful paper. If anyone would like to put it in the chat, feel free to do that. And you can read it for yourself. But it has a lot of similarities about what we're doing as far as moving into the universe, where we don't try to dominate another entity. We don't try to steal from another entity. We show respect. We don't litter around the universe and the rest of it. So I think this is just a matter state extension of what we'll do in the plasma dimension once we go into the universe. And this is coming up more and more through 24, 25, and 26. And one of the ways you can participate in that, and feel free to jump in, of course, is this transmutation preparation sessions, where Mr. Keshe is putting in quite a bit of background energies for it to touch different groups. I know he talked about dividing the sessions into 2 groups, but we don't know that that's happening in a way. But working these energies to see what each individual may need and may wish for. So these sessions, again, we're doing this independently. So it's not that we're taking this whole development of the wellness system into the corporate world so much. We're developing it ourselves with the knowledge seekers. Otherwise, as Mr. Keshe had said in the video I'm about to play, his hands would be tied if he went the normal route of putting a product through all the bells and whistles and hoops and hurdles that one would have to jump through, and then come at the end and say it doesn't work and you have to start all over again or correct this and that. So Mr. Keshe is on this path of developing it within the foundation and not going out and tying our hands in this part of the development of the process. So you're all invited. It's the 3rd Friday of every month. And here is the fee, or you can get a discounted fee. I think you can save a bit if you go with the entire package all at once, €1,650. And this is what's being offered for your development, your edification, and for you to be able to operate beautifully in the universe without some of the headaches that you might find if you didn't go through these sessions, or maybe you won't even get there without going through these sessions. Although our soul does travel across the universe when we sleep, so we're all doing it, but we're talking about a conscious interaction. And we're talking about transmutation. We're talking about moving into perhaps different shapes, different entities, but still having the same soul and the same soul of physicality within that structure. So this is what the latest teachings are about, and this is what these transmutation preparation sessions are all about. I know the Chinese want to get to the moon by 2030. Mr. Keshe said, we'll have the champagne ready for you when you arrive. I think he's going into a different type of space program, which is in the dimension of the energies of the universe or the energies of the soul. And many gifts are given to you, and you're also helping to develop that wellness system, which is just in its infancy, more or less, even though it's the most advanced system that's ever settled on this planet. Any thoughts about any of these systems or any of these sessions that we'll be going into? And so I want to encourage everyone, if you can, to make one or make all 6. Again, you're adding to the development of the program, which eventually, as you learn this, you'll become the teachers in the future time, if you fully understand this transmutation and feeding yourself as well. This is all part of it. So I wanted to play this volunteer video, which may, hopefully, you'll consider more and more and not just leave it to the others to develop it. And this is one where Alex has voiced over. I think the Brazilian team has created this originally, but let's just hear this and take this within yourself and consider if you can manage to attend one of these beautiful sessions.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see, the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Thank you, Brazil team, and thank you, Alex, for voicing over. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for voicing over as well and providing the most fantastic technology, again, that's ever existed on this planet. So this is the reason why these monthly sessions cost money, that we're keeping it within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Otherwise, as Alex has said and Mr. Keshe has just said, our hands would be tied if we had to go out and find billions and billions for other scientists to confirm. And we know how sometimes science doesn't fully understand this technology whatsoever at this point, but they will. The books will be rewritten and the rest of it. So that's what's all about in these transmutation preparation sessions, to build a system that can handle all unwellness conditions in the body of the man, as well as emotional. There's two parts to that wellness system. There's one for the emotions and one for the physicality. Sometimes you may need one, sometimes you may need the other, sometimes you may need both. But that all depends on, I guess, the feedback that comes through on the graphs or the systems as they're able to, I believe, individually sort of and collectively categorize what's happening in these sessions. So it's up to you and me to help build and develop these systems. And they're very close to coming into the market. I think you can actually contact the info at Keshe Foundation Wellness.center and schedule an appointment with a doctor and see what sort of options they can give you as far as your interaction with these systems. And again, they're far more advanced, way more advanced than anything that's ever been seen on the planet. Growing teeth remotely, the dream of a dentist, melting kidney stones from thousands of kilometers away. And it's going to be in the reach of every man. Again, these $300 fees and things will eventually go down to very, very low costs, as I see it. If we're going to reach everyone, and most people don't have these kind of funds, the costs, or it's going to be just open for free to everyone. Hopefully we'll see that. But at this point, things have to be paid for. There's buildings, there's doctors, there's equipment, there's development, and the rest of it. So this is the fastest way, I think, to bring these systems onto the market, is for you to participate, if you can, in the development of the systems, and perhaps find some gifts for yourself within there as we learn how to give and to receive. Wellness, give and receive feeding, give and receive for transmutation, and live by the ethos of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. Since the workshop is okay, I hear someone at my door. Would anyone like to say anything while I answer the door? If not, I guess I won't be answering the door.
Go ahead and answer the door, Mark.
You have something in mind, Randy?
Yes, I do. I think that
Be right
video
back shortly.
I think the video that you played about the sharing and becoming part of the trial should be posted on every website that will take it, every telegram, because we have to get the message out. The only way we're going to do this is get the message out and share it and talk about it. And by sharing and talking, we advance the knowledge. And that's one of the keys, I feel, to being part of this foundation, is sharing the knowledge. Because it's not just good to post things. Sometimes you have to share it in person. And this is part of the ethos of sharing knowledge, is find out from the circle of friends that you have, and you introduce things very slowly. Don't shove a 14-page scientific paper in front of them and say, well, did you understand all of that? Well, no, you have to make it a way that they can understand it's something that they know. I always ask people, what do you do for work? From that feedback I get from them, then I can address what I'm going to say to them, how I'm going to teach them about anything. Put it into a way that they can understand. But if you start talking to a farmer about scientific information, you're going to lose him because he doesn't know anything about that. So this is how we have to change the way we interact with the public about any type of advanced technology and knowledge. Because, folks, it's up to us to do this. If we wait for everyone else to do it, nothing's going to get done. So sharing is a very important key. This is why we have these meetings on Sunday, is so that we can share and interact. Because even a few words Mr. Keshe says on Thursday nights, we can take a whole day to disseminate, take apart, because the knowledge is so deep. Yet, at times, it's so simple. The universe, everyone, oh, it's so complex. Is it? There is order and chaos. But there's also the simplicity. Without 4 little elements, I always tell people: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. Basically, the 4 building blocks of everything in the universe. Are you back, Mark?
I am.
Okay, I pass.
My neighbor found my cat wandering around. I tried to get him in the house a couple times. He went over to the neighbor's house and wanted to get into their house. I don't understand.
Well, maybe he's going over there for better food or something.
Yeah,
Who knows?
he does feed the cats, so
There you
he
go.
has told me that, but I'm feeding them as well. But anyway, I'm glad we resolved that. I had to go across the street. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, thank you for coming in. Oh, hello, Syed. I see you've just come in. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. So since this workshop is only about 46 minutes, perhaps, I think we're going to go through the whole workshop today, and then we'll share a couple of the questions. But please feel free to stop it and add to the knowledge, or ask a question if you'd like. And again, the first thing Mr. Keshe talks about is about this art of being able to create and absorb fields of an apple. He said, this is the biggest gift for you of the new year, to start to learn. And that's what's happening in these sessions. We're starting to learn. As he said, he's kept a secret or two from us in some of these sessions. So more and more of these secrets are going to be revealed in the coming weeks and months as we go through this process. But he said it's an art. And of course, to become a master at an art, you don't just learn it in one day or 1 week. It does take some time and some practice. So why don't I just move this out of the way, and we'll listen as we read what is actually being said here. And feel free to stop it at any time and add a comment. If you're feeling like you want to open the mic and make a comment, that's your you inside of you asking you to do that. Now it's up to you to choose to open it or say, stop the video and I'd like to say something. And you may not think it's important, but it may be important, or it may make that link for someone else. So if you get that nudge, if you want to say something, please do. And as we understand, we learn from each other.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 519th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, January 4th, 2024. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Cremond, and I'll be host once again in this weekly series of workshops. We're nearly up to 10 years of continuous weekly workshops now. And of course, we're always joined with Mr. Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to begin today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yeah. Good morning, good day to you as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As usual, we welcome you back, and we hope to be able to share some more knowledge. We started a new year, We're on the fourth or fifth days of it, and we're so busy trying to understand what happened to us in the past few weeks and what's going to happen to us in the future. As we said, and we hear in the intro, we have to understand the fields of emotion. We have to understand the fields and the strength of the fields which create this emotion. And at the same time, once we understand this, we have to understand how other fields are created and what is strength. In the body of the man today, we eat an apple. We create that weak strength field of the gans, of the energies that our body needs. And through the principle of the interaction of the fields in the plasma condition, the other 80% come into it. It gets attracted to, and it gets fed. In the coming time, we have to learn how to create that field of the apple without eating the apple. How we create that in the dimension of the emotion, of the physicality of the man, in the dimension of solar physicality, where the physicality is not needed anymore to consume that apple. This itself is an art. This itself becomes an art for man to learn. You know,
So again, this art is not going to be perfected in one session or two sessions. Little by little, energies are being added to you to understand. Later on in this workshop, he says we educate you without you even knowing. As he said in the past, you come into these sessions, all you have to do is listen, and things happen. We heard a beautiful testimony in the Portuguese meeting about the different experiences this person had, and very beautiful. That was covered, and you can review that in the Brazil teachings from last Friday.
if you look at it, if you understand the principle of the interaction, you can use the soul to interact with the soul of physicality, that their interaction creates the energy field of the apple.
So he's saying, instead of using the soul of physicality and the physicality to physically eat the apple, we can absorb energies through the soul of the man to feed the soul of physicality, which in turn feeds the physicality. So it's a little different understanding, a lot different understanding, but you don't have to eat the apple. And I know this sounds preposterous. Even in the beginning, when I heard Mr. Keshe say that you can feed yourself without eating, I said, there is no way I could figure out how anyone could do that. And now here is the explanation. Even though he's been explaining it for years and years, I understood it. I haven't been able to fully accomplish it, but I know what the path is and I know what my wish is.
That in that process, you do not need to eat the apple. This is a secret of feeding both the soul and the soul of physicality. Up to now, you use the soul of physicality and physicality to have an emotion of wanting an apple, because when you desire to have an apple, your body has said what vitamins, what minerals, what energy of these are needed by the body for it to survive. So it converts it to an apple. It converts it to a beef. It converts it to another thing. It converts it to a thirst. Now you have to learn how to create the same seed of the energy in the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, without circulation of the blood, without consuming any other object, any other entity.
And again, this is all for you to learn this process. Once you understand it, once you're able to do it, then you'll start teaching the others. This is the new cycle of teachers that are coming.
This process is not far from many of you who have entered the sections of the Keshe Foundations and the terms and cycles which we are going through. You are gradually learning. We have to go through this mayhem of excitements and pursuance of finding, feeling, and not having the feeling, and relying on a trust, on a belief, on understanding that I have created it and I've received it, and I receive what I want. In this process,
and I remember Ton in Vietnam saying when he was creating peace reactors, and I guess he didn't have any CO2 GaNs or some other GaNs he needed, he just said he created it out of the fields in these little reactors he was putting around the city that he was in. Without putting any GaNs in there, he just created it. So relying on a trust, on a belief, on an understanding that I have created it and I've received it and I receive what I want. And it's for you to work this out within yourself.
you gradually learn to replace the interaction between the solar physicality and the physicality for the emotion, for a hunger, for love, between these two and the other two, which is the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. In reality, you change the physical body of the man feels, which is weaker, with the stronger, which is the soul of the man. But in reality, it has the same common denominator. Within the soul of the man and within the soul of the physicality of the man, still there is that essence, that common denominator which connects them together, because that's how they created out of each other. In a way, if you understand it, when you put a GaNs, you put a drop of another GaNs which are using another patch to be connected to each other. It's the same process, but this time, instead of a drop of GaNs, it's a drop of the line of the connection of the soul of the creator, which brings that connection. Now you understand how simple man can walk away from killing.
And again, I usually think of killing other people in war and the rest of it. But now he's saying we need to walk away from destroying other physical life. He's talking about the apple, killing an apple. How could that be wrong? I thought it was provided by the Creator for us to take and eat and enjoy. But apparently we not only have wars between men, but we have wars between other beings on this planet as well. We don't see it that way. We think it's our right to take and the rest of it, but we're actually doing something that is not allowed in the universe to be done. Now, when you come back here, as he said in one of the Q&A questions, it's your choice if you want to eat or not. But once you learn this and you realize you don't have to destroy other entities, this is, again, a huge development for mankind to come into the universal community. But this is part of the training before you go there.
How man can walk away from destroying another physical life for its physical life to survive, to live, to exist, and to carry on with its existence, not only on this planet, but beyond. This is the cornerstone of man becoming man of the space. But first, you have to learn the emotion. First, you have to understand how this emotion is carried. And first, you have to understand what feeling this emotion gives you, that you use that feeling to be able to transmute, to be able to receive the energy you need. We start.
So we still have a number of firsts here. First, you have to understand the emotion. Then you have to be able to use that feeling, to be able to transmute, to be able to receive the energy. So we're still in a learning curve, but I think it's being pushed a little bit rapidly, although he does say slowly. But again, this is the knowledge of the ages. This has never been taught to mankind. As a matter of fact, it's been just taught the opposite way. You need so much of the apple, and you need so much of this to get everything you need, and you need so much milk and the rest of it. We're learning that we can actually absorb by just creating that emotion of it, but we need to understand that in a much deeper way before we fully understand the process and are able to teach it.
To this process last Friday, when all of you joined in what we call the law of Mitra on the 22nd of December. This is the first part of that phase. Need to love, need to give love, and understanding what fields you receive from the environment that you'll be able and you've been able to give out as love. The whole process of the teaching, the whole process of the structure of the 22nd of December trial test with 100 of you, and is going to be repeated next Friday, is this and only this: how to receive, in what measure to receive, and in what measure to give. You receive through your soul, and you give to your soul of physicality that it does not need to kill in the dimension of physicality.
So you can see where this becomes a type of art form to be able to do this. There's certain measures, there's certain understandings, how much to give, how much to receive, and the rest of it. This is what's happening in these sessions. And again, he goes on to say, we educate you by just listening. You're not even aware you're being educated in this process.
In a way, you're all hungry for love. In a way, you're hungry to give without receiving. But you have to understand the same processes between the creator and the created. And this is where the whole secret of existence, the whole secret of life in the universe is based on. So what we started on the 22nd is the first stage in for you to see what fields you need. You needed the feel of love, to feel love, to be able to give. And what emotion did it create for you in that process? That's the emotion of love for you. Next time in the future cycles, we teach you how to receive the apple, fields of the apple. And then in interaction with what you give to the soul of physicality, the physicality receives the apple. You taste.
So this is coming in time in future cycles. We teach you how to receive the apple, fields of the apple. So we're going through this process. I think some preliminary groundwork is being developed within the body and the brain of the man and the soul of physicality, the physicality and the soul of the man for this process to start taking shape. This is just my understanding.
You feel it, you get the energy of it from your physicality. This is how the training has to go. This is how we educate you step by step without you knowing.
And there it is right there. This is how we educate you step by step without you knowing.
But with what you desire, you all wanted to love and give the love of Mitra. And you went through the process. Now, again, we put you through the same process. See if next Friday you feel the same. The same process. Did you feel the same as last week as this week? Last time and this time? And then you'll be able to understand how to receive by the wish and how to give by the wish. But this time, as the process is between the soul of the man and the universe, and what you gave had no destination, you just wanted to give love, you give that love to what is part of you, which is your soul of physicality, which then it becomes the soul of the man, the feeder of the physicality of the man, which we've been trying to teach you past years.
So they've been trying to teach this, but I don't know if anyone's actually achieved it. Maybe a few have. I know he's talked about in China how they've done some of these very, very profound things without eating much except some plasma water, I think, for weeks or months at a time. So this is definitely, I felt it for a few days initially. Anyone want to make any comments up to this point? And no one is wrong and no one is right. So there's no problem with whatever you'd like to share with us. It's your understanding.
I think we have to,
Sorry, go ahead. Thanks.
I think we have to understand just how powerful the GANS is. Remember Mr. Keshe, when he initially did his things in 2020 on COVID, he was giving these people one drop of the plasma water.
Yes, he does say that he uses drops, and he encourages us all to use drops. He said the whole essence of the cup is in the drop. You don't need the whole cup, which is hard for us to understand because we always think more is better.
That's right. When in fact, with this technology, less is probably better.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And I know he goes in the later on in the Q&A, I think he talks about powering down rather than powering up. We always think more is better. You wash clothes, you think you put in more soap, it's going to be cleaner. No, you can't rinse it all out. We always think more is better, but it's not. And of course, the creator works on the weakest of fields, the creation process. So we've been misled. We know how the bigger fish eats the smaller fish, but the secret is that the bigger fish will be converted into giving or elevating the smaller fish. This is what we're coming into, this understanding, totally opposite of what we've been used to.
How to feed the soul of the physicality, that the soul of physicality feeds the physicality of the man without killing. Now you received the biggest gift of your new year.
So again, without killing, this is a part of the World Peace Treaty, that we walk away from this killing and eating each other. And of course, most of us are not eating other people, but we are eating other beings. And he's referring to an apple as a vertical being in a way. And then, of course, all the horizontal beings, from the lamb to the pig to the cow and the rest of it. So this is the idea that we need to walk away, and we have the ability to do it. We just haven't trained ourselves properly yet, but it's coming in.
You understood what has been said. We brought you in with the love of Mitra, and your soul desired to feel that love and to give that love. Now you understand that's the first step. If you manage to receive the love of Mitra, and you manage to give from that love to out without you targeting it, you wanted to give, now give it to the soul of physicality. Then you understand the process of the feed through universal cosmos rays, how the cosmic rays comes to become part of you, and how it has been part of you from the beginning of the time of your life. The whole process of the teaching is to teach you, to make you Does not matter if you're a man or a beast, how to receive energies of the universe that you do not kill anymore, you do not destroy anymore. And once this is done, then you become the true man of the universe. You become part of universal community in the true sense of it, the essence of existing in peace. That you are not threat to me and I'm no threat to you.
And that's a beautiful way to look at it. Then you can decide that you are not a threat to me and I'm no threat to you. So this will be the interaction in the universal community that we need to understand before we get there. And that's why he said, I cannot let you go out into the universe until you understand or become that lover to understand the ethos of Mitra. And many of us think we have it, but perhaps we need to fine tune it a little bit better.
Then you can decide in which dimension you manifest yourself, as a man, as a beast, as a dog, as an alien, or as the soul of the creator, when you reach that state of understanding the totality of the creation. Now you understand how teaching is set, how step by step we take you from one position to another, train you for past year and a half, and this year you learn to live without killing. You learn to create that condition and dimension of peace. And those of you who became satellites, you will understand your position and the importance of what you accepted. In a way, you signed for it, but on the other hand, your soul was created for it.
Anyone like to comment on these satellites? He's brought this up maybe 2 years ago or something. People have signed up for this position, and it's an important position. It's going to help facilitate, I think he said in the last session, for those who wanted to transmute on the earth. Again, but he's also said once the physical transportation is shown, the borders will disappear, but that's physical transportation, where you would take your whole structure and get into something where you could move from New York to Beijing in 5 minutes. But here it sounds like it's the transmutation that the satellite souls on Earth will be helping people to do. Again, I don't understand it fully. I don't think it's been fully revealed yet. But there's something that they're moving these satellite souls into a position, that they're going to take their position of importance. So there's something very important about these satellite souls coming or being brought online. Anyone, any thoughts on that satellite work?
To accept this responsibility, to accept this condition and position. In coming time, the number of the satellites will increase, what we call in a way today as those who devote their life to serve the others. And then will become, through the same process, users of the fields of the universe and not the lives of the universe to exist. And when you reach that point, maturity, you teach. You share the knowledge, you share the process, you share the emotion.
So this is when you start teaching, when you reach that point. And I don't think I've gotten to that point yet, but when I do, I'll become a very good teacher, I'm hoping, once I really understand it and am able to share it and teach it. But I have to understand it first. As Mr. Keshe says, he doesn't teach anything he hasn't done. And I think we need to work by that same, but we can explain what we think we understand. And I think that's where we are at this point. All of us are explaining how we kind of understand it or what we think we understand. but I don't think a lot of it is correct, as he pointed out with that GANs. On a scale of 1 to 100, we haven't reached 1 yet on the creation and knowledge of GANs making. So this may take some time, but hopefully the system will improve our results.
It's very much that if a child is in the womb of the mother, from that point of conception, that point of creation of the first fields of the soul of the man, the mother within the womb of itself teaches the child how to receive energies from the universe, even without tapping to the fields of the energies of the mother. Giving birth in the future will be very different than the present time, but man will understand. When you travel the span of the universe, how do you teach the fetus that there is no air, there is no water, there is no condition of killing or you taking from me what you take from the universe? And how would we give birth to our children of the man in the space when there is no delivery rooms? Now you understand how the process of the creation, how the process of understanding to gain the field of the universe will affect the future of the man in the space, in the universe. That womb was in the dimension of physicality of the mother. What happened when you fall in love with the soul of another entity in the universe, and what we call the fruit of that love is creation of a new soul. As you all have the common denominator of the soul of the creator, so the inception through the soul of the creation will be as common as today is amongst the physical man.
And of course, he said this process is already happening in the universe, where civilizations from one planet are intermingling, so to speak, with creatures on another planet and creating new beings, new forms that have never been seen before. So apparently the man is going to go through this process as well. And it'll be very common, as is amongst the physical man. Maybe this is what he meant by your true children come out of your soul in a future time.
Then you understand how to give love and how to receive love. And then you understand how you give that love to your child. These are not fairy tales. In a coming time, as the process of the creation of the daughter of Mitra has started, will be as common as today's birth on this planet. As we come into space, as we become the people of the universe.
So when he says these are not fairy tales, in the coming time, as the process of the creation of the daughter of Mitra has started, will be as common as today's birth on this planet. So as the process of the creation of the daughter of Mitra, is that us? Although he did say the soul of the daughter of Mitra has visited us in some of these sessions. But there's a process of the creation of the daughter of Mitra has started. Very interesting.
Find out that's the only way. You learned how to receive love. You learned how to give love. But we kept one secret from you on the 22nd. And that secret will be unraveled or shown on the 12th. And we would like to see what changes, what difference in emotion you feel in receiving the love and in giving the love. We kept the secret till we understand how you feel after the 12th. Then you understand the existence of the soul. Then you understand the process of the physicality. then you understand the process of solar physicality.
So again, I think there's a lot of secrets that are still being kept from us, and when the time is right, those secrets will be revealed. That's probably why many of us haven't achieved certain things, although he did say if you understood the teachings, you should have done it by now. But apparently we haven't understood all the secrets. They haven't been revealed to us within ourselves. And so they're going to actually reveal some of these secrets. I remember about using the hands, what he said in one of the sessions is before you use your hands, you need to rub them together, palm to palm, to sort of neutralize or balance out any of the plasmas or energies that are within your palm so you can start out in a way at a clean slate. I had never heard that before until he mentioned that in one of the sessions, but I never heard that. I haven't heard all of the teachings, and maybe it was one in some of the teachings somewhere, but I never heard him say rub your hands together before you start the process, almost like creating a reset in a way between your hands, that you start out without any energies within them, or you neutralize anything that's been there just by rubbing the palms together as you would if you were cold. Okay, I see there's a couple of comments here. Syed, would you like to voice anything? I see you've put a number of things in the chat. If not, that's fine. We continue.
You have to understand this process, how important the soul of the man is within the embedded structure of the physical life of the man, that how you will learn to survive in space. We showed you what I call your straight lines, the flat line of the soul of physicality and the physicality, and how this can be achieved, how you find harmony and balance. And in that process, you decide what you need, in what dimension, and do you need to create the dimension of physicality? In the coming time, we'll show you how to reverse from what we call transmutation to physicality.
And that's another one, how to reverse. In other words, we're all very anxious to do the transmutation, but then how do you get out of it? How do you reverse it? How do you feed yourself or feed your physicality? So we're very anxious to climb the mountain, but I think the teacher sees we're not quite prepared for it. Although he said he'll keep us on a tether, so it'll be supervised release, as I'm calling it, in so many ways, where we sort of keep track of you until you've we take the training wheels off, because you could get stuck in a position, as he told John when he was creating the UFO. He said, you create that UFO in the shield and you step in there, you could trap yourself in there for 1,000 years until the fields of that system collapsed. You couldn't get out. So I think this could be the same. If we don't know what we're doing when we go in these dimensions of energies, we could trap ourselves in a way and not be able to reverse the process so easily. And then we'll be in quite a fix. But I don't think this is going to be allowed to happen. But again, we think we're ready for it. I don't think we're quite ready for it. We're there, we're on the verge of it, but there's still many, many more things to be added and learned about this process. But it's open to everyone. So you're all part of it, and you all have the capability to do it right now if we understood it.
When you transmute, you have the energy. When you want to go back to physicality, how do you manifest yourself? How do you bring the soul of physicality out that interaction of the soul of physicality with its environment manifests the physicality of the man at the time, place, and position, where you do not need anymore the monkey suit. Now you understand how the 2024 will bring the establishment and the first stages of man to become part of the universal community.
Again, these are the first stages, he's saying, of man to be part of the universal community. So we're just sort of gradually putting in the baby toe, the big toe, and the rest of it. And I think this is wise because we need to really fully understand this process.
As I said to a friend of mine, just look at the digits and understand the culture of 8 in the Chinese culture. It's a lucky number. And you fulfill the whole of the past promises in 2024. You all are part of it, not one, not an individual. In that process of understanding, you come to understand the totality. And in that process, you become part of the totality. And then we'll see how many of you will become passengers of the universe. Become those that even during the teaching can travel the span of universe and bring us the beauties of it. In the coming time, in the process of the teaching and what we do outside the teachings in what are called practical workshops.
That was another thing. We had a couple classes with practical workshops, and we were buildings. We said we had to do something practical, get the copper and get the wire and do the nano coating and the rest. But he's calling these transmutation sessions, these monthly sessions, practical workshops. But in those workshops, all we're doing is listening in a way, and perhaps using our own reactors within ourselves. And he's calling this a practical workshop. We all think of the physicality as being the practical thing, where we get the water and the salt and the wire and the copper and the zinc and the rest of it and the caustic. This would be a practical workshop where we're physically doing something. But he's calling these monthly sessions practical workshops.
The way we did in this, we went in the system and you came out and you told us that you'll come during the teaching and the process, tell us what have you been and what is the message and what you have seen and how many of you would like to go and see the place. The extent of the teaching is one at a time, then as a group of you. As I said, we split you in different groups, we split you in different sections, and then you work, you travel together. You learn how to, and those of you who are there become the future teachers for the other souls. You teach how to work with the soul and the dimension of physicality. And the teaching you do will not be with this and that, but with transfer of the energy fields of the emotion of the soul of you with their soul.
So now do you see how the emotion of the soul of you with their soul will transfer the energies and the knowledge, perhaps? Without you saying anything? I know he told us you could stand next to someone and transfer the knowledge to them without saying a word. He specifically mentioned that with the ambassadors, that we don't even have to speak to them. We can just deliver on the soul level to their soul. So this is some of the amazing processes that are happening. And we should be so thankful that Mr. Keshe has decided to keep this within the foundation rather than farming it out to a big corporation who would then sort of co-opt the whole operation. And we may not see it for another generation or two, or maybe not at all.
In the universe, there are no languages, no universities, and no mechanical systems to do things. You have to learn to live, to exist, to interact through the fields of the universe and your soul. This is how we came to teach. This is how we came to bring the change. This is how the change will come amongst all of you from all the nations. When we look at the panels of those who participate, you are from 30, 40 different nationalities and races, and all learn at the same time. But go back and see how you were created out of other races during the time of the life on this planet. Then you understand you are all connected while you're on the system. Does not matter if you're English, Chinese, German, black, white, speak different languages. When it comes to the panel of sharing, you're all equal because you're there through your soul and not your dimension of physicality. And then you learn to teach the same. Then you learn to share the same. Then as you learn the correct way, you learn and you've done the correct things, you become the good teachers of the future for those who start teaching. And then understand the process of the teaching. Then you understand the process of creation as you teach yourself to the others.
So you can see there's a new cycle of teaching coming in, a new cycle of teachers. If you understand the process, once you understand the process, then you become the good teachers because you understand it, you can do it. We're not making so many assumptions as we have been, or I have been, let's say, about this knowledge. It won't be assumptions anymore. It'll be actually being done. And this is the beauty of what's happening. So there'll be many new teachers and many new satellites being added to this process as well.
Does not matter if you limp, you have one leg, you have one eye, you have 3, God knows whatever organs in your body. Is irrelevant, because the beauty of you is the beauty of your soul. Physicality does not count. And then even in what we call manifestation of your physicality in another dimension, you were a perfect person, but in another dimension you might be missing a leg because your soul needs to receive certain fields. That missing leg in interaction with the others creates a condition of receiving what you're short of in your soul.
So that's another point, that if you do transmute and you end up with only one arm instead of 2, or 95 legs instead of 100, your soul is missing something. So you're going to have to start this interaction with the others to create a condition of receiving, it says here, of what you're short of in your soul. So this is just not a process that it's all just a snap of the finger. I would imagine it would be quite disheartening if you ended up with no legs and then say, what am I going to do here? But now we're understanding that you have to interact with other to get the energy that you're short of, and then you remanifest yourself, as I understand it. So again, this is not a simple process.
And then you remanifest yourself when you receive it with a full, not missing leg. Now you understand how things are done. This is now you understand how people created with different, what I call, imperfections in the eye of the man, but perfection in the eye of the soul of the creation. Why some of us become so beautiful to attract all the attention? Because the soul needs that. And why some of us behave different? Because that's what our soul is short of, and with the behavior we attract. Then if you understood this, you should have understood how even to attract the fields that you need to feed yourself, that do not and does not create that condition of the emotion of the physicality that you steal from the others by behavior. The process of the transmutation is not simple. The process of transmutation needs the total understanding and devotion to creation, and not just a man to achieve, to be able to do, and then to brag about it, that I can do.
So even though we've heard it's simple, here he's saying the process of transmutation is not simple. The process needs the total understanding and devotion to the creation. And it's not for you to gain it so you can brag about it, he's saying here, that I can do, and look at me. And this is a very important part coming up about the humbleness.
As we said, the bigger the tree, the humbler it becomes and bends towards earth. The more you learn, the humbler you have to become. And in that process, to cover more, to be on the shelter of your knowledge and your understanding.
So that is a good test. If you think someone is very, very knowledgeable, I guess you can gauge it by their humbleness, because he said the more you understand, the humbler you need to become. The bigger the tree, the humbler it becomes and bends towards the earth. So this is just a natural process that comes out of the learning of this knowledge, that you become more humble. And I think that's the process of also receiving in the universe.
In a way, you're preparing your souls for the final journey to become part of the universal community. And it won't happen to all of you to log out, but step by step, as you mature, you take that route. The same as when the soul matures, leaves the physicality behind. But this time, you have a choice how you manifest again, where you manifest again, and how you manifest. It'll be interesting for many of you when you start transmuting on earth from one position to another. If the intention of your soul is wrong, the transmutation will not take place.
So again, start practicing the thinking good, speaking good, and acting good in every situation you can, because even on earth, it sounds like here, if you're going and to create a problem or to create mayhem, the transmutation will not work on earth. And obviously it won't work in the universe either. So the intention cannot be wrong. It has to be right. The transmutation will not take place.
If your intention, your emotion, your understanding of the soul, as nothing is hidden from it, is to go from London to New York to create mayhem for your family and pain, you'll find out you will not be able to do. If your intention is there to create more love and connection and bring more prosperity to the soul of the others, you'll find out that you will transmute. This goes.
And I shared that earlier today in another meeting where when I went to Linz in the dimension of energy, one of the things I said to myself before that happened, well, I had picked 3 locations, but one of the things I said to myself, that it would please Mr. Keshe and Dean to see me appear in Linz. And I did appear in Linz, and I broke a leaf off of one of the plants next to the flight room. But I didn't see Mr. Keshe and I didn't see Dean. And when we started to talk about that after in that session, I asked Mr. Keshe, I was looking for you and Dean, but I didn't see you. He told me we were hiding. That's why you didn't see us. And I don't know exactly what he meant by that unless I was in a different dimension that I couldn't see them. So I thought that was quite interesting. But the whole process started when I said, I will make them happy by having myself appear there. That would please them. And zoom, off I went. I didn't go there first. That was my final stop. But that's when the process started, when I said, I will please them. It would please them to see me do this. And the process seemed to start at that point. Well, before that, but I didn't actually leave. All I felt was some energies moving around in my head, which I had never felt that before. Almost like something trying to break out of an egg. If you've ever seen any of the little turtles or other things that are born in eggs, and when they have to get out, that was the sort of feeling that was going on in the top of my skull, that something was trying to get out. Almost like a push in a way, pushing, trying to break out of that shell or break through the barrier of magnetic fields of the blood in some way. And I think, as he said, they have the ability to create flight. They have plasma generators. So it wasn't anything I practiced or that I worked on for a long time, but one of the things was that I felt I would please the others by having me appear there. And boom, the process started.
Back to the early teachings, when I told you the time will come that even the kings and the rulers will walk away from the system, as their soul will not accept.
So that's another kind of a touching point, that even the kings and rulers will walk away from the system as their soul will not accept. So we think we're going to put them all through it, but apparently some of them are going to walk away. I don't know what they're going to do when they walk away, but all we can do is elevate their souls.
Now you understand the message of the past. Now you understand why your soul will not allow to create another mayhem in another dimension. And this is how the man will transmute. When you arrive, you are a man of peace. When you arrive, there are no wrong intentions, because the soul will not allow that to take place. Take a magnet and put it in a position, and you see how much more field you need to exert if you are pushing a magnet to take a new position that it does not allow. It's not allowed. It's the same with the solar. No.
So again, continue to practice this thinking, speaking, and acting, because you're going to need it. Not only transmutation here, but also in the universe. And it's an ethos you're going to carry with you until the final separation. And this is the gift of the three wise men, the three kings. It was a gift to all of humanity, but it was hidden under the idea of incense and frankincense and the other precious oils and other things. Totally, we were misled by this, even though it was in the holy book.
You understand how the ethos of Mitra comes into operation. You have to think good that the soul allows the transmutation. Then when you arrive, you talk good, that the soul does not get rejected, and you act good, that your physical dimension cannot bring what I call loss to another soul. The ethos of Mitra is ethos of interaction of the fields of the plasma, the creator.
So Saeed says in the chat, hello, Mark, is daughter of Mitra a being? again, if it is that being visited during the sessions, I always thought Mitra was an entity, but then at one point in time, Mr. Keshe said the Mitra is not an entity. It sounds like it's the interaction of the fields of creation. Could be Mitra. Anyone else want to open that up about Mitra? Is daughter of Mitra a being? Or is it the process of creation and the interaction of the fields? This is what I'm being led to understand on my own. Okay.
The fields of the creation. And now you understand more why we emphasize and bring the mysticism and the principle of the fields of the creation through the name of the Mitra. For man to be perfect on the point, the time, and the place of manifestation or transmutation. We have built the systems, and the systems are getting to the point that we will be able to transmute thousands of you at the same time in a way to create a condition for your souls by the decision of you to transmute. It'll be interesting in 2024 and 2025 how we will work.
So it does sound like this process is going to be continuing through all of 24 and into, and perhaps all of 25. We'll have to see how the progression goes and how many new teachers come out of this cycle, and that process of teaching will start as well.
How the whole process will work. And how many of you will be managed? You will be able to grasp, understand the whole process. And to what extent? In the first 6 months of the year, as we said, on the 3rd of each month, 3rd week Friday of each month, we start this process. We take you through this process with us controlling the background. And you, as the drivers, trying to exchange your energies between your soul and the soul of physicality in a way for you to learn the process of transmutation, the process of understanding of movement of the fields within you, not another object. And then in that process, for you to learn how to recall the fields. In a way, you think of an apple. You create the fields of that thinking, that emotion, the taste, the smell.
Now, some people said you don't think, you cancel the brain out of it, but here, in a way, you think of an apple, you create the fields of that thinking, that emotion, the taste, the smell. And with that, you create that field of interaction. So it looks like the brain is still part of this. I think it's a bigger part than we understand.
And with that, you create that field interaction in the dimension of soul of physicality. And in conjunction with the soul of the man, you absorb that field from the universe. Then the question comes, what happened? I come across a new fruit, a new entity, which I would like to know how it tastes, the lover. Then you go back to the process of giving and see if you receive back from what you gave, then you understand that's the emotion of the fields of the entity that you need, and is given to you by the entity. You do not need to kill it to absorb its energy. Now, the process of the transmutation and life in the universe gradually become transparent to all of you. In time, these recordings will be taught to billions of you as you graduate, as you understand more, and becomes a cornerstone of the teaching of the transmutation. Maybe one day, the soul of the knowledge will be transferred without the voice of the knowledge, but in time that will be completed when you all understand and accomplish the process of the transmutation of the fields between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality.
And again, I think that process is taking place now, just listening to Mr. Keshe's teachings. Just by listening to them, you're being enlightened in a way. And it's helping to put little parts in there to help complete this process, just by listening to the teachings of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. This is my understanding for myself.
Essence, you transfer and manifest the energies of the soul within the soul of the physicality of the man, and then the beauty of the Creator shall manifest. It's the time when you achieve that. It's the process and what we call the promised day, when the fields of the Creator will be shared amongst the two and understood by two, and then in that process, in creating a new dimension of the fields, will be the fields of the Creator. That point of maturity might be achieved by some at the point of birth, and might not be achieved by some even the whole life of the cycle in the universe.
So he said we're all going to go through this process, but here he's saying that some will not be achieved by some, even the whole life of the cycle, where others will, some at the point of birth will understand it or will become mature to this. So this is another, in a way, an anomaly.
When you can transfer the full energy of the soul of the man into the soul of physicality of the man, and it becomes one, then you reach the dimension of the Creator as one and not two. And then you will understand the beauty of the creation as like in a star. From it will manifest new lives, new dimensions, and new universes. As I said before, some of you in an instance will reach that point, and some of you will endeavor for a lifetime, and it will be a dream which will never come to be the truth and the reality, as you never understood fully, you never accepted fully, you never practiced in full dimension the ethos of Mitra.
So apparently you can cut yourself out of this process. You'll endeavor for a lifetime, and it'll just be a dream, which will never come to be the truth and the reality, as you never understood fully, you never accepted fully, and you never practiced in full dimension the ethos of Mitra. Thinking, speaking, acting good. So that's why I encourage everyone, myself included, to continue to practice this process. It's much easier said than done, but only you can control it for yourself and no one else.
In a way, this is how Mitra attracted the Creator to Earth, to bring them to become part of itself, to become the essence of the manifestation of the man. In the coming time, by developing physical systems, will bring you more and more to be closer, to be able to transmute through the dimension of the soul and understand the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. For the time being, is for you to understand the process of the creation of the fields, interaction of the fields, absorption of the fields without killing, without destroying another life, but in a way to receive love, to give love, and see what you give will bring you back as love that becomes that cosmic ray that you interact with, operate through, and manifest yourself in all dimensions of physicality and transmutation. Thank you very much for today. I hope the first teaching of 2024 opens to you the light of transmutation, the light of understanding your soul in the beginning of a new cycle for man, as was promised in all the holy books. We shall fulfill the full understanding, and not by magic and deception. You can deceive yourselves, but teaching shall stay and prove its correctness to all of you when you reach that. Thank you very much, Rick. Take us for the teaching. A break, then we come back.
Okay, anyone want to make any comments about all of this? I can see that if we could do it on our own or through what Mr. Keshe is teaching, we wouldn't really need the systems, but there's a reason that these systems are being developed. And maybe that's just a speeding up of the process, perhaps. And we used that example last week and this week about the energies that are given to plants, that it helps them mature in a shorter period of time. And perhaps this is what Mr. Keshe was showing us in that example. The soul is more mature and it shows its beauty and the fruit and the rest of it in a much shorter time. So maybe that's what's happening in these systems as well. You're being matured, maybe not fully matured, but an advancement in maturity is taking place in these sessions, that you'll understand the transmutation, the physicality, and the dimension of energy much sooner than you would if the enhancement systems weren't there, or the universal body enhancement system wasn't available for us. It may take longer. So I think this is part of developing these systems. And the systems, again, are just in their infancy. So a year down the road, maybe they'll even become more powerful. Or if we were to compare it to growing agriculture, instead of 3 growing seasons, maybe you'll have 6 in the same year, where you used to, without the energies, only have 3. So this is the elevation, I think, of what's happening in these systems. It's speeding up a process that would happen on its own in a way through the teachings and the others, but they need to get some new teachers in a new cycle out of the gate and start teaching this. And that's my understanding. Now, perhaps we'll go to a couple of questions, but it is just about that hour. We did have something on the 5G, which you can hear at about 1 hour and 13 minutes, and then another one on the powering down versus powering up. This sort of visualization Mr. Keshe was asked a question about, and I wanted to play that. And then there was another one at about 1 hour and 38 about, can we eliminate food and drink when transmuting? But instead of covering those questions, I think we'll go to the Dome of Peace at this point, unless anyone wants to make any comments about all these processes that we're talking about today. Again, for the average man on the street at this point, this is sounding like science fiction to them, but we're understanding much deeper the process and how it's taking place, and gradually, slowly, we're being brought into this understanding. A lot of people don't want to spend the time or have the time, they think, to understand this, but you're gaining an aspect of immortality. How important is that for your future existence? Even though you'll still exist, now you can play in the universe rather than just becoming that star and creating a solar system and perhaps a universe and the rest of it over millions or billions of years. So again, a lot to really put under your hat or internalize or start to practice. But again, this is the beauty of the new cycle. It's all up to you. And you can't blame anyone else's reactors or anyone else's way of teaching you that you couldn't do it, because it's all up to you. And the soul knows if you're correct or you're not correct. So thank you for listening. I think you've opened up some new dimensions for yourself just by listening to this 45-minute teaching here today. So let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can. Anyone want to make any comments or share anything you've heard today? And of course, this is part of the process of bringing peace to the planet. And I don't have the one I was looking for, but just to bring up, you can join. The first step, of course, is to release the Gans waters as something for our physicality to do. And then, of course, and this happens on Sunday, you can see at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. CET or CEST, using the plasma water to release into the environment, which makes connections probably between the wellness centers, I know he said for sure, and perhaps even the satellites, I'm not sure. But every Sunday, 12 p.m., 6 p.m., you can release Gans waters into the environment, and those waters provide balance to wherever they're going to. And they know what to do and where to go once they get there. They do know what to do. So if you're not sure about making Gans, you can find it on the Keshe Wiki, and you will learn about making plasma waters to release in conjunction with everyone else on Sundays. And of course, we don't have to limit it to Sunday. You can release Gans waters anytime, but collectively, we do that on Sunday. And I'll bring this one up after. Okay, let's just continue on. Whoops, what happened here? There we go.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's the first step in creating this Dome of Peace, is releasing Gans waters. And the Chinese have been doing this for years in the fountains and the rivers and the lakes and the oceans that surround them. And now we see what's come out of China, that they've actually taken up the mantle of the Keshe Foundation in a way and decided to partnership with the Keshe Foundation in releasing this technology. So perhaps that had a profound effect, even though they don't announce it. Look what we did, or look what we balanced, or look what we created. They just do their work and don't report back. Now, the second step of the Dome of Peace is using the soul, which is what we've been talking about. And again, the Brazilian team has every day daily intentions. We can see this at 1 a.m. CET, 2 a.m. and CEST, but you can join them in the Telegram, the Zoom perhaps. I'm not exactly sure which services they connect with, but here is the announcement. And then Wednesday at 6 p.m. for the elevation of all souls on the planet and other things. So you can join them in that manner, but you can also every day at 9 p.m. CET. This is an invitation, again, by the Universal Council, invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So you don't actually have to attend a physical meeting, although that's nice as well. And every day at 21 p.m., you can take a second, a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you'd like, to give from yourself through your fields to create the change that's needed. And once we reach a tipping point, the changes on this planet will also, I think, improve its rate of return, so to speak. So let's hear the second part of the Dome of Peace. And this is the using our souls to bring about a change. So again, keeping in mind that we're understanding how to operate in 2 dimensions, whether it's with the GANs, whether it's with our souls, we're learning both the physicality dimension and the energy dimension. We're pretty well versed in the physicality, although not in making ganses apparently, but we're learning this, how to use our souls, and we're practicing this process. Because again, it's rather foreign to most of us. We think we have to roll up our sleeves and get something done with our sweat and our muscles and working in that physicality dimension to make a change happen. But now we're understanding we can work through the energies of the universe, the energies of our soul.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
So this is the new method of working, and let's take 5 minutes and practice. As Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physical end of the issues in Vienna for creating peace and so on. And it's up to us to practice using our souls, using our energies to bring the change. And again, it's just getting us more familiar with this soul that's within us, the soul of physicality, interacting with those 2. All these things are rather new for most. Even though you've been around here for a while, it's still quite a phenomenal understanding to work in this dimension. And most people won't work in this dimension until they understand it more and realize how powerful it is. much more powerful than working with the physicality. So let's take 5 minutes using our souls collectively to sort of interfere with what's happening on this planet and to move it into a different direction. And again, we all contain different fields of different strengths. So collectively, we're much stronger together. This is part of the teachings. So let's just take 5 minutes, and whatever way you'd like to project that spirit of peace, the feeling of peace, the emotion of it, and to elevate the souls of the others that are in charge of the peace negotiations, the International Atomic Energy, the soul of humanity, souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's just take 5 minutes and collectively add our energies to bring the change. This is what you'll be doing with yourself as well, but now we're doing it for the others. We start now. Thank you all for sharing your fields with the others and bringing peace. And this is what Mr. Keshe said about the sessions. We were talking in the reactor group and we thought we had to concentrate and be very quiet. In this teaching, I think Mr. Keshe said that you could be taking a bath, you could be climbing a rock wall, you could be driving, as long as you have your headphones on, because the physicality is not involved in this process. As long as you keep it quiet, he said, you could be doing many, many other things. So it's the same here. We can create through the energies of ourselves. The physicality is not involved. So when that 9 p.m. time comes, or in other places, you can be multitasking, I think, if you're working through the dimension of energies of the soul, because the physicality is not involved. He said you could do whatever you'd like with it as long as it remains quiet. So this is the beauty of how we're learning to work through the energies, and in a way, the physical work is isolated from it, or you could be multitasking at the same time you're in the sessions. This is what I understood from one of Mr. Keshe's answers. Doesn't matter if you're climbing the rocks, or taking a bath, or driving the car. You can be in these sessions. So thank you all for your continued participation in this process, and this will bring the change. As more and more people become involved in this process, and as we unite together, the change will come through the energies and the wishes of the souls, even through the world leaders and religious leaders. But I think, again, with the religious leaders, man will be educated to walk away from that sort of abuse that he doesn't even realize is abuse at this point in time. So thank you all for being part of this process, and please continue it as you choose, whether you go in the Brazilian, you meet with the Universal Council, you join the Wednesday intentions, or you do it anytime you'd like. As Mr. Keshe said, now do it all the time. Thank you. All right, Alex, I don't know if you're still in the background. Yes, you are. How would you like to proceed and carry forward here? Thank you for being
Let me
here.
see if I've learned any new tricks, Mark. I'm going to try and bring up the disclaimer and get into
Okay.
it.
Yep, there's no problem. Let's see if we can go forward.
Thank you very much for bringing us to this point.
And thank you very much for carrying us through.
Okay, so we'll have to do a few, we'll get it. We'll get it.
No, we have to learn patience. I think this is part of this process too, is to be patient, and it's just not a flick of the finger, although at some point it may be when you get to that level of understanding.
Okay. Trying to get out this sharing here.
And of course, you know,
Thank you very much, Mark.
yeah, I do have the disclaimer if you need me to play it.
Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you again, Alex, for being with us. And please join with me in sending a round of welcome to Alex for being here and continuing to share his understanding of this plasma technology with all of us. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing us here to this point. And let's see if I can get this done properly.
It played perfectly.
I guess I have to share it one more time. We'll try.
We're still seeing the disclaimer. I would imagine you just go to your next slide. There it is. We see it. Perfect.
And Happy New Year, everybody. We are going to continue on with the series, and thank you very much for allowing me to continue to present. This is part of the North American team meeting, and as I've said, it's a very powerful meeting because we have so much representation from the other continents, and we get a chance to talk about things that we don't necessarily talk about in other venues. So please enjoy the trip. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're talking about basic transmission, and today's topic is nearness. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is January the 7th in the year of 2024. So we have continued on with the basic series and tried to advance the knowledge so that we can distill the thousands of hours of teaching, because we have thousands of more to teach. And they don't need to go through all the years of learning that we have gone through. That was our choice, and that was very necessary so that we can accumulate that knowledge and process it. But now we have to figure out a way to convey that knowledge to others. And there are many ways to do it. There's no right way to do it. So we are embarking on a course here to clearly differentiate between what does it mean to be in the physical state, and what does it mean to be in the plasmatic state. And so we have tried a different approach in discussing basic transmission, because we still have this problem with this, what we call the donkey hesitancy, because we are actually, in the terms of physicality, in the lowest energy state. But in that energy state, we're finding strange things can happen. So for instance, we know that rolling along is faster than walking. And of course, we can do jumping and flipping and all sorts of other things. And so all of this has to do with the fact that we are talking about the plasma science and trying to understand it better, and carrying on from the presentation in the books of Marin Tevakoli Keshe, such as book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And the thing is that we see all of these fields gather together and create another field. And once you have this one field, and how do you get to the other field? And that's described in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And we think we understand the structure of light, but not really. Because when we get into book number 3, we see the real problem begins with the origin of the universe. And we wonder if that should be book number 1. And we all need to find out that there's more to learn. Except that we already know this. So what is the problem? The problem is really our point of view. And so new sessions have begun on a monthly basis, the transmutation preparation sessions. So every month from now, in January 2024 to June 2024, we will have a progression in learning how to do these things. And as I say, it's not a matter of learning, it's a matter of practicing what we already know. And of course, the first thing to practice what we already know is to understand that we are one nation, one planet, one race. And as Rick Crammond, who's been hosting that for 307 sessions, has been trying to bring together that there are others on this planet. There are others in the universe, and some are 8 to 10 feet tall, and some are warm and fuzzy. And so we have to see that this universe is very, very interesting. And it's more to it than just our point of view. Because our point of view is still searching for outer space. And all we have is this place, this little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, which we call Earth. And we say, well, that's part of man's universe. And that's all we've been able to gather. But if we want to look at the rest of the universe, we have to gather more binding energy and get on that plasma highway to that pie in the sky. And where exactly is that? And so we will be continuing down the plasma highway, but we see that that highway is operating differently from the transmission highway that we're talking about today, because there are limitations. And so that limitation has to do with the understanding of our universe embodiment. And so a lot of it has to do with our basic teachings, which has to do with the speed of light. And so a lot of people believe that the speed of light is the fastest transmission. And we question that, if that's true. And a lot of people believe the faster you go, the bigger you get. And is that true? Because clearly, if we are the dominant universal embodiment, and we see how large and vast the universe is, then we are the universal embodiment, aren't we? And so the question is, how do we go from our little tiny perfect world to the universal world? And so we must obviously get very, very big. And how do we get there? Well, there are various ways to travel. And so we are currently on the Earth space embodiment. And on that embodiment, we are in our man space embodiment. And there's some talk of flying saucer embodiments. And then there's other talk about other types of embodiments. And so things are changing. And part of the thing that is driving that change, of course, is to understand how the universe is created. So fundamentally, the universe exists from energy. And so since energy is always in motion, to determine that motion, we have to put a charge on it. So the energy is a charge in motion. And if it's in motion, then it has to go from somewhere to somewhere. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see that the energy has come together. And it's come together into something. But where did it come from? And now that it's here, where is it going? So we keep asking more and more questions. Well, there are scientific ways of discussing things, and there are practical ways of discussing things. And because we're so physically bound, we are looking for practical applications. And one of those was given to us, the cups of life. And the main reason for that introduction was because of the pandemic. But they weren't the cups of the pandemic. They were representative of the emotional strength of our inner space. And as such, many of us were producing Ganses. And so these Ganses were a manifestation of a radiance that was present in that particular environment. And so that environment is unique. And the person who was creating the cup of life is also unique. So all of us are the same, but all of us are unique. And so that is kind of a little bit confusing. But the thing is that is what gives us the high quality of life. And so we have to understand that that diversity is very, very important. And so the question becomes is how do we all get along? And sometimes you got to go along to get along, but there's also you can roll along. But there's a problem with the rolling along
perspective with respect to the x-axis transmission, because what you have to do is you have to align yourself perpendicular to the ground and then roll along on the ground. But you can roll along on the ground by being pushed with a motor, or you can roll along on the ground by going up and down a hill. So the question is that the only way that we can do x-axis transmission? So we find that we can also spin along. And we're still going perpendicular to the ground, but now we're spinning 360 degrees. And so depending on your point of view, and you say, well, maybe, you know, we're just a circle, but if you keep spinning around, that circle becomes a sphere. And so the mathematics involved is basically the same because it involves pi. And so today we're going to have a little special session because one of the knowledge seekers had a nice Christmas present, and he wanted to share with us a pizza pie. But this pizza pie is not for eating. This is a toy. And so we're going to have some fun with this toy. And what it is magnets. These magnets are round magnets, but they're flat. And they are covered in plastic. And as you can see here, that we have 3 different colors. We have green, red, and blue. And they were laying out in a field. And as you can see, they're very stable. But there is a gap between each magnet. And the gaps seem to be quite uniform. And so they are of a certain distance, and this distance represents the maximum nearness that we can get and still maintain stability. So what we're looking at here is a very stable environment. But as you can see on the right-hand corner, there is a hand that's creeping in. And it has another magnet. And it is changing the nearness distance. And so something is happening. And so before we get into discussing what is going to happen, let's review what a charge is. So charge is either negative or positive, and you see that the negative charge is the giver and the positive is the taker. And the negativeness is based on the surface to volume ratio. And so the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. So this affects the strength of the charge, and it affects the energy in motion. And so that energy can be flowing or binding. So let's see what happens. So as the hand is pushing in the other magnet, it's pushing the other magnets in between. And since they're all of the same charge, they repel. And like we've seen from the musical chairs, as they come towards the center magnet has to do something. It's obligated to do something. And in this case, it's jumping. And in the process of jumping, it affects other magnets. And so it changes the nearness of them. And they start jumping. And so magnets are jumping together, and they were originally all face up, let's say a negative charge, but then they were flipping. And in order to flip and come together, they had to reverse the polarity because opposite poles attract. And so that flipping process began a perpendicular realignment. So some of the magnets ended up going on the end. Some of them were jumping, and others were gathering together. And it seems like they were gathering together randomly, and well, yeah, kind of randomly, because the colors were spaced randomly. And then there was more flipping. So what we found, more magnets were coming together. So the same process, the jumping and the flipping, but then we seen that there was a binding that was building up, and that all had to do with the change in the nearness. So the greater the nearness, the greater the binding, and the more binding there was, the greater the nearness. And the reason for that, of course, is that as you get all of these magnets coming together, then they created a binding, and then other magnets continued to be jumping because this binding strength was increasing, and other bindings occurred. So in this picture, we have two bindings, one significantly larger than the other. And as a result, because of the flowing strength, those bindings came together and now became even stronger. And so this is a representation of how energy can be binding and flowing. Because in order for the binding to increase in strength, the energy has to come from somewhere, and that energy is moving, then it's flowing. And so then we have other bindings, and of course, now the main binding energy is very, very strong. And so, of course, it also is dominating the field capture, which is what we talked about last week. So we have all these other magnets here, and now we're capturing them as well, because through the nearness of the binding, we have increased our binding energy, and we can capture more. And so now we start to see some of the blue straggler magnets coming together. And also in the same process, because the initiator of the whole transaction was this hand that was hanging on to this one magnet. And of course, it was not participating in the change of the nearness and the change in the binding. It just initiated it. But now there's a reaction. And that reaction is that there's a realignment in the binding energy. And so what we see is going to shift over and be attracted to the original binding force. And now the remaining magnets are trying to make some choices here. Which end of the binding do they go to? And so as they are jumping and flipping and trying to make a decision, something is causing them to come together. And so, of course, the last blue straggler is looking, well, how is he going to join this whole thing? So he decides to join another binding. But look at the gradient difference. The main binding is so vast and so large that there's just no way that small one can stay. And so what it does is it joins the main binding. But now we have a polar orientation towards the initial finger that caused the change. And at this point, there's a release, and it allows. And so we have the completion of the binding. And so what we're seeing is the maximum binding, and we're seeing the maximum nearness. We simply cannot get these magnets closer together. And we cannot get them more tightly aligned. And since they're all in one universal role, uniform role, they're all working together and binding each other. And as you can see by the colors, they're all mixed up. So now we have a situation where the shape has changed. Each of these magnets was round. Each of these magnets was basically the same size. The only thing that was different was the position. But each was of the same polarity because they were repelling. So now that we've changed the shape, what are we changing? Well, we're still changing the surface to volume ratio because now we have endpoints and a long section. And so the endpoints have a higher negative charge. And so when we look at the second case, and so here we have a pattern where the magnets are obviously nearer together. And the reason they're nearer together is because they are polar opposites. So some are positive, some are negative, but it's like a checkerboard. And so they've created a pattern. And it's an interesting color pattern, so very artistic, but no rhyme or reason really. It's uniform. It's, in fact, it's symmetric, except for this tail. This tail is kind of amino acid-like. And there's that finger again. And there's another bunch of red magnets there. And something's going to happen. And so once the first magnet is moved, then there's a chain reaction. And we describe that as being protein-like, to be different from amino acid-like. Because the amino acid is in a chain, but the amino acids fold over to create protein. And as we recall, in the functioning of manufacture of protein, in that folding process, we also create water. And so speaking of water, here we have a wave. And a wave is coming and rolling through. And it's basically being created with the binding energy by the shrinking nearness, as was described in case number 1. But now, because there's so many magnets there, and because it is coming from an angle, we're looking at multiple bindings. And so all of these bindings are now working individually, and they are in different strengths. But frankly, they're substantial, each on their own. And as they continue, we see that there's a lot of folding going on until the whole pattern gets consumed. And so when we look at this pattern, that's a result of the binding, we see that there's a lot of conclusions that we can make about positioning. So we see instances of parallel binding. Different bindings remain independent of each other, and they align themselves parallel to each other. Others are perpendicular to each other. They still have this binding. And in some cases, we have a heavage because it has to allow for some magnets that are caught underneath. And so in order to maintain that binding strength, it kind of has to curve over them. And then we also have cleavage, where some of these binding energies come together and they don't exactly fit. There's a gap, and it's a cleft. It's a strange gap. It's an angular binding. And so we see some of the bindings are converging and others are diverging. And then others are changing their orientation, which means that if they're going from positive to negative, they would have to be going from negative to positive to be able to align next to each other. Because if they were aligned in the same orientation, then they would repel each other. So this change in binding orientation changes the binding strength. But each of these bindings has a strength. So what we're looking at is the aggregate of all of these bindings and the strength therefrom, all of the bindings. And so we have a representation of the aggregate binding strength. And as you can see, it's affected the positioning of everything. So some things are in their position because they're locked in. They can't go anywhere. And the reason for it is they don't have the field strength to break through the binding of the field strengths that are around them. And so we get a pattern. And it's an arbitrary pattern. And it all started with one flipping magnet. And so we have to understand that each of these magnets is basically representing the same field strength. So all of these magnets that have the same field strength, unlike in case one, where they all came together and created one binding, now we have different selection of bindings and different orientations. So all of this came about through field capture. And so we've seen that there was x-axis transmission that was parallel to the ground, but there was y-axis transmission because it was perpendicular to the ground. And so as these two transmissions came together, they created this field, and then more magnets came together. And as more magnets came together, they changed the position. As they changed their position, they changed the field strength of that position. And some of them, in order to participate in that, had to spin. And so that affected the change in position as well. So let's look at case number 3. Case number 3 has 3 rings. A green ring in the center, a blue ring, and then a red outer ring. And there's that magic hand, that guiding hand is bringing in another green magnet. But instead of coming from the outside and pushing in, it is coming from above and coming down. So this is creating a different situation. And so what we are going to see is like birds flocking together. And so we see grouping. And as before, this changes the field strength. And so now in the center, this center circle became a group field. And of course, it's a lot stronger than the original magnet that the hand dropped. So we have a field that's in the center. We have the blue ring and we have the red ring. And so each one creates a field. And so these fields are overlapping fields, but they're all part of the same overall field. And so we see this segregation happening because all the green magnets got together. But now we have a different process of selection. And that selection is going to be based on nearness. And that selection is going to be colorblind. Because you see, we have a binding strength in the center that is way stronger than the original binding strength. So the original binding strength brought all the green magnets together. But now that all the green magnets are bound together, that creates a different binding strength. And so it extends out to the next field. So this nearness selection broadens. more grouping develops and the binding strength increases. And as it happens, we see there's a symmetry in this binding. But now we have radically changed the field strength of that center binding. And practically every one of the red magnets is now jumping and flipping. And there's going to be more flocking. But as you can see, the binding energy in the center is also jumping and flipping. And so as things are jumping and flipping around, they're flocking and grouping together. And in that process, the field strength is changing. And so we find that on one side here, due to the nearness and the positioning of the binding energy, the red magnets on one side have all gathered together. Because the nearness is different on the other sides, the red magnets haven't gathered together with the main binding energy, but have chosen instead to bind in smaller groups. But now as that is growing, we find that there's a radical change in the nearness. And as that comes together, and it comes together much more quickly because the energy is stronger. And so we see a change in the shape. And so in the middle there, we see some heavage. And there's no magnet that's stuck underneath. It's just the way they come together so quickly. But as each magnet keeps coming together, we see that a more straightening out, a better orientation. And then that straggler, well, it doesn't know what it's doing. It is completely flipping all over the place because the field strength is changing dramatically. And so we come into a conclusion here where we have an asymmetric anomaly. So before this last one comes into play, if we count in the center, we have 5 green magnets. And away from the center, we have 2 groups of 5 blue magnets. And if we look on the left, we have 6 red magnets. But the group on the right has 7 red magnets. So this is not very symmetrical. And if we say based on the surface to volume ratio, the ends would be negative. But if we go through and assign a negative to the one on the left, we come to the center axis and we assign that as positive, and we carry on to the right, we find that the end there is positive. So this is kind of not working. And what's Buddy there going to do? And so what we find, we have solved the asymmetric anomaly, but now we have a symmetric anomaly. So based on surface to volume ratios, we could say that both ends are negative. But as you can see, there are 8 red on the right and 6 on the left. So then we can say that the positive core is not in the right place. So if we understand path link, there's a couple things we have to understand. As each magnet has a magnetical and gravitational pole, when they come together, they combine together as one to have a magnetical gravitational pull. And so we have a path link. But this is a two-way street. And so this is important to understand. So let's review case number 3 again. Let's look at the maggrav polarity. So we find that it really is symmetric insofar as based on the number of magnets, by moving the center core one magnet over, we can maintain that positive charge. And based on the surface to volume ratio, we can see that the ends are still negative charge. However, that does not account for the maggrav polarity. This is another anomaly. So how do we get this maggrav transmission? Because all of these magnets are the same. And we know for a fact that if we were to add another magnet, that it would either attract or repel depending on its polarity. So if that is the case, then would that be the same true if we took a magnet on the left side and if it repelled on the left side, and then that took that magnet over to the right side without flipping its polarity, would it repel on the other side? And of course, the answer is no, it would attract. Because one side is magnetical and one side is gravitational. So what we're seeing here with respect to these magnets is we have a few observations. One is that we have the maximum nearness. These magnets cannot get together any closer in their physicality and still maintain their shape. We also see that the collective energy of all of the magnets together have created the maximum binding. Because within this field, there's nothing else to bind to. So they all bind to themselves. Since they bind to themselves, there's no motion. If there's no motion, how could the negative give and the positive take? So now we have a potential giving. That's part of the maggrav transmission. And then we have the other conclusion. The two negative charges are not the same one. So when we say 1 + 1 is more than 2, we have 1 on one side and we have 1 on the other side, but they're not the same. They're not the same one. Because if they were the same one, it would be impossible to have this maggrav. Because you would only have binding energy. And you see, energy can be binding or flowing. And so if we want to understand matter plasma dimensions, we have to understand that there's a physical dimension and there's a plasmatic dimension. And there's a difference. And the limitation the man is facing is that we are feedback dominant. And so everything that we've seen with the magnets coming together is a feedback from the reaction that happened from that magical guiding hand that either pushed the magnet in from the side or dropped the magnet in from the top. Or in case number 2, with the amino acid-like tail, flipped it over and began a folding process and created a protein-like reaction. So now we understand that we're in the post-November 11, 2023 era of choices. We have choices. We not only can enjoy this bountiful space of Earth space, but we can enter the transmutation space of outer space. And all we have to do is find that graceful space of our inner space, that greater oneness that we've been trying for 519 Knowledge Seekers workshops. It's 519 Thursdays in a row where we are transcending the limitations of nuclear science and understanding that this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Yes, there's a world peace treaty. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your soul, and sign it meaningfully. Because all spacemen, snowbirds, and sports fans can find heaven through the transmission of perpendicular motion with the guidance and nearness of perpendicular rotation. See, the nearness changes of the binding forces of field capture has the potential for motion. And that potential can only be fulfilled because the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. Thank you very much for allowing me to present today. Hope you enjoyed the trip.
Well, thank you, Alex. The trip is over already. That was a short ride. Did I get my money's worth on that one?
No refund, sorry, buddy.
The potential for motion. I know Mr. Keshe has been talking about moving in the dimension of the energies, but not moving the physicality anywhere. I don't know how this relates to that. I'm not getting a clear picture of what you were trying to convey here.
So
Myself.
the majority of population knows that something is wrong, right? So how do we get them to move? They all have the potential to move, but we are all acting like frogs on lily pads or little dolls and they're warm and fuzzy. We don't want to move. We don't want to change. We're quite happy with the status quo. But the status quo has not brought peace on Earth. And so it's time for a change. I have a little treat for you.
Oh,
I can
we like
share.
treats.
We can share something else. So let me see if I can get this done. We have to share the screen again. We'll do that. And let's see if we can get this done. And we'll share the screen again.
I think you're already sharing the screen. Okay.
Are you ready?
Go right ahead. Yeah, we see it.
Set. Oh, I hope this works. It didn't last week, remember?
So is this showing when the knowledge seekers reach that point of enlightenment, it'll create a spark which will cover the entire of humanity? I remember that
I
was
think you can say that.
said. We
I
just
think you
need,
can say that.
go ahead. I didn't hear you, Alex.
I said, I think you can say that.
And again, we're not going to be moving them on the, are we moving them on the physicality level or on the soul understanding or both?
Well, did you notice that finger? Do you want me to play that again?
Yes.
Let's try this one more time. Watch the finger. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Is it moving? Is the finger moving?
No.
No. It only moved one time. Watch the finger. Oh, that went so fast. The finger dropped one green magnet.
As Mr. Keshe said, he could change this planet with the flick of a finger, but since he's not from this planet, he cannot do it. Or it would appear as magic and we wouldn't hold it because we have to find a way to do it ourselves.
There in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, I see. Is that a stack of magnets too that he's pushing there?
He's just flipping the one on the outside. It's like a fuse.
The red one, right?
He's only flipping one. The hand is gone.
Yep.
So I think kids will understand this a lot better. This is a great toy. It's a great educational tool. As you can clearly see that the color of the magnets had nothing to do. So for all the racists out there, that is a non-issue.
Now, did these magnets join, did all the blues join together and all the greens join together, or did someone forcefully put it that way for the example?
So let's try this again to answer your question. So we have a green center ring, a blue outer ring, and the far outer ring is red. So based on nearness, since they're all flipping and jumping, and is based on field strength, the green one in the center is getting stronger. It is because of that increase in strength that it can draw the blue magnets together. And based on nearness, it's going to draw the blue magnets in before it draws the red magnets in.
And these are all magnets of basically the same strength?
Right. They are the same strength. And so clearly we can see that the color doesn't matter. The color is just for entertainment. Spice. It's the way humanity is. We're all different colors. But based on our, shall we say, grouping, so in certain parts of the country, There's a prevalence of dark races, there's a prevalence of Chinese races, there's a prevalence of white races. So we find that that is the prevalence there. But when people start to travel, then you start to get mixed colors. But the fact of the matter is that they're all the same. So anybody who is basing their prejudice on race is following the incorrect philosophy. The magnets prove that. This is proof in living color. So it all has to do with the nearness. And then it has to do with the alignment and the polarity, where opposites will attract. But then it also depends on field strength. So as the field strength increases, then the influence increases. And as you can see, the rate of change also increases. But this is the case where all the magnets are the same. But that's not the way life is. We have different people with different field strengths. Just like we have different planets with different field strengths, right? So the point is that if you're looking at the charge and you're saying, well, is it positive or negative? Doesn't matter, does it? It's just a matter of understanding energy and motion. And the difference in physicality is we have this rigidness. So when we get into this binding, we have now created an orientation that is very specific. So if we see that for sure, they can't both ends can't be negative. They can both have a negative charge, but that negative charge is not the same. So if we were looking at the human body and we say the tips of your fingers are negative, the tips of your toes are negative, the top of your head is negative, and your ears are negative, and your nose is negative, then we can say conclusively that all of these are different. And yet they're all negative. So it all depends on the field strength and the nearness. And as you can see how things came together, it was well organized. It wasn't chaotic at all. It just seemed chaotic in case number 2, but in case number 3, it's very well organized. It could only be better organized if one of the ones on the right-hand side of the red group would have flipped over on the left-hand side, and then it would be perfectly symmetrical. But it would be symmetrical in appearance, but not symmetrical in field strength and orientation and MAGRAV polarity. So it is primed and ready with the full potential to move. And if the field strength is sufficient enough, it will do that. And so clearly we can see that there's a limitation to the physical movement. And that's why we're only dealing with basic x-axis transmission. This particular toy was discussed about 33 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It was discussed 1970. No, I think it was even before that, 1968. It was a profound time. So close to 60 years ago. And I say it was a profound thing because it changed the course of NASA and it changed the course of a lot of companies. Because we just failed to understand these kids' games. This is a practical lesson.
Would anyone like to ask a question or make a comment on this? Is this what a one planet race looks like?
No, I think it would look more like this. I think it would look more like this. It'd be a lot of fun. And what would be really good here is you don't have to worry about going into any one of these groups. If each binding was a group, you don't have to worry about going in there and not being part of that group, because there's an assortment of colors. So you can stay with your own color or you can intermingle with other colors, because we're all part of the humanity family. But what is most instructive here is you're not part of the cockroach family. You're not part of the pig family. You're not part of the cauliflower family. You're part of the humanity family. So the nearness of the energy binding is based on the family. And if that is true, and I'm saying that it is, that means from wherever you came from your family, and wherever you go, you will go to your family. And you can rest assured and feel secure that you won't be able to miss the target.
Well, we do have a question in the Q&A from Syed. Would you like to open your mic, Syed? Do we need nuclear fission? Do we need nuclear fusion and fission in the future as we have new knowledge? Plasma, question mark. And secondly, I read somewhere that magravs have unlimited potential because they are connected to universal soul. Is this true? I can link the web page on demand. Thanks. So do we need nuclear fusion and fission in the future as we have new knowledge plasma?
So there's two ways to answer that question. First of all, the plasma science transcends the limitations of nuclear science. So you could say in that case, no. However, my contention is that the physicality is a feature of the humanity. We're abusing that feature. So in reality, entering the outer space age does not need us to dispose of everything that we know. See, because that's only part of the connection. That's only the one-way street. Understanding our physicality is a feature. It's a bonus, and it's something that is we should cherish. But that is a feature in the physicality. What we're lacking is an awareness and understanding of our plasma reality, because it's a plasma reality which is the substructure of our physical reality. What I'm trying to demonstrate with these magnets is that the magnets are a physical materialization, and the coming together of the binding forces was initiated by an external force, a guiding hand. So understanding how that guiding hand operates will help us understand our physicality and the purpose of our physicality. Let me just review that question again.
It's in the Q&A.
Well, yes, and they are connected to the universal soul. The universal soul being that guiding hand. So we're looking at the result. So there was a hand in here that flipped the first. That started the wave. And that hand could have been anywhere, but what clearly demonstrates here that he only needed to flip one magnet. Because as soon as he flipped one magnet, that changed the field strength. So that impacted the nearness. So something that would have been too far away based on the field strength, by increasing the field strength, in relative terms, it made it nearer. So the stronger you are, the nearer everything comes to you. So when we get into the plasma reality, which is the strongest field strength, then everything is really near. The nearness changes. Thanks, Syed. So Mark, we look at this North American team meeting. Okay, we represented from different continents. We're different, represented by different nationalities, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all come together. There's a binding strength that transcends the distance, transcends the nationalities, transcends the time zones. So there's a common denominator. So the color is not it. The color is not integral to the binding field strength. And what transcends the distance is the field strength of the binding energy. And so this group is very small, but the binding strength is very strong. So the size really doesn't matter in that regard. The shape doesn't matter too much either, because we can have polar orientation, right? We can change our alignment. And so if we understand that the physicality is the lowest energy strength, and the soul energy being as part of the highest strength, and the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then it only stands to reason that we need to focus on the guiding hand. And that guiding hand is within us. Each of us has the power over that guiding hand. So we make the choices. This is the beautiful part about the plasma science. We make the choices. So color doesn't matter. Financial doesn't matter. Status doesn't matter. But your inner field strength matters. And all of us have that same inner field strength. And the reason we know that is because we were all born to this planet. And we were not born to Mars or Jupiter. And why? Because our field strength had to have a nearness to the field strength of Earth. The Earth's field strength for our purposes was stronger than Mars' field strength. So we can get to Mars if we want to. But we have to do it the way we came to Earth, and that's in peace. We came in peace, we have to go in peace. And so we find that one of the reasons that we came to Earth is because Earth needs our support. As soon as we all realize that, then things will change. And that field strength of change will also change in its rate. And then you'll find the mixed cultures that we have on this planet will all come together. But it won't be boring. Are you still there, Mark?
Yes, would anyone else like to join the discussion?
Hi, Mark.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hey, Jefferson.
Thank you.
Hey, Alex. Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this experiment. It was very nice, Alex. And I was just wondering, I don't know if I can formulate a thought, but in that table that all the magnets were stand in the gaps, and you move your finger just a little bit, can we consider to be all this stable, just like the inertia of our planet and the movement of your finger would be like a cosmic array from the hydrogen, or the string from the universal line or the principal line that can make that movement inside our inertia of our planet in the magnetic field, because it creates a new element, a new, for instance, you just move it, just like a ray. It changes everything. It join because they have the same strength, but if they had a different strength, they would create different materials or different gases, you know. And do you believe, how would this experiment be in the vacuum condition? How would they react? That I was just wondering. Thank you very much. But I think this was very, very interesting. Would it be the first class, the first teaching? So it would be easier for us to understand, maybe. Thank you, Alex. I don't know if I made myself clear in the position from the receiving a cosmic ray like your finger, just that created this new plasma in the physicality in this planet inertia. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Alex.
Jefferson, the question that you ask is very important. And the way you asked it is a clear demonstration of what all of us need as knowledge seekers, because the whole purpose of this exercise, at least in my mind, is for us to be better teachers. And so there are things that we need, such as terminology. We need some knowledge, obviously, but we also need some practical analogies that we can refer to. And the thing about it is that we're all seeking a better way to really describe the same thing. So if we're looking at the hand that's bringing the magnet, that is in a plasmatic field, isn't it? Because that hand is a guiding hand. And so without that guiding hands, the magnets are not going to move. But what we have to understand is that even though that these magnets are not moving at this point in time, they have the potential for motion, because they are in a balanced maggrav condition of stability. But it's not a maggrav condition in a vacuum, because it's visible. If it was going to be in a maggrav condition in a vacuum, then it would be non-visible. And the reason for that is because then it would be in a different dimension. So we know that inside the hand, for instance, is a vacuum condition. And we know that this toy, in interacting with this hand, is in an earth space condition. We know that outside of earth space is in a vacuum condition. So the physical manifestation is not in a vacuum condition. The impetus for the motion travels through that vacuum. So in other words, the inertia that you're talking about, which is a plasmatic manifestation, and if it goes to the lowest energy state, which is the physicality, then it becomes a materialization. But the energy is constantly flowing. The energy is always in motion. So even though each and every one of these magnets is stable. They are still moving. And this is the thing that we have to see. We have to see that these magnets are in constant motion. So what does that mean? That means that if we change the field strength, not only could the magnets move, but the magnets could go to another stage and totally disintegrate. Because it's this constant motion that is participating in their stability, continues to maintain their physicality and the nearness of the neighbor. And it's the position and the nearness of the neighbor that contributes to the stability as well. So if we say that the guiding hand is bringing in a hooligan, well, it really made a lot of things happen, didn't it? Right? So one magnet just came in, and it didn't even come in all the way. It just came in to push one magnet, and then all of this happened. And you can see that the magnet is not moving. The finger is holding on.
Yeah, it's almost like what Einstein said, if you turn one atom, the rest of the atoms turn as well. I know Mr. Keshe has quoted that, and this is the part of this new Tomorrow video, I think, as well, that Lisa made. That
Well, that's
uses this,
exactly.
yeah. So this is a good example of just one atom turning will cause the rest to turn, and that's where our position comes in, I guess, like atoms in a way. It may not happen as fast as this, but the process will continue.
Well, we can certainly change the rate of change, but what you want to notice is that this is well organized. It is not chaotic, and it's done in peace. No one got hurt. The finger is still there. The guiding hand is still there. But, you know, in that case, the guiding hand was interfering because from a point of view of the field, the guiding hand is not part of the field. The magnets are within their own field. So really, the guiding hand, you could say, is a foreigner, is foreign to this field. So was intervening. But, you know, the magnets in their physical state are of the lowest energy state. So unless something changes, you know, nothing's going to change. But what would happen if, for instance, instead of bringing in another magnet, if the table was tilted? So like the car was rolling down the hill. The motor wasn't driving. There was no guiding hand, but there was still transmission, motion, x-axis transmission. So if this table was tilted, it's clearly demonstrated that only one would have to move and all the others would adjust their position. And again, it would be well organized. So that's the difference between, you know, the chaos and the organization, between the hooligan and the peaceful alignment. It's just that within the stability of the physicality, we have certain limitations on what we can do. But if we get into the plasma reality, which was operating on the level of the guiding hand, then our limitations are uncapped. There's no cap on the limitations. We're unlimited. And then when we say we're unlimited, well, the universe is unlimited. I mean, look at it. It's all over the place. And we're not there, not in our physicality. But we are there in our dreams. And now we're on the verge of understanding that our dreams can become the reality as well. But it doesn't have to do with, transcending, whether it's nuclear or gamma rays or whatever. What it is being aware of the way things really are and looking at things properly and understanding that by enhancing each other, we are gathering field strength. And then we can do everything and share in the bounty of this universe. That's what we want to do. And why not? What's wrong with that picture? Peace and prosperity as opposed to war and misery. I don't even know why that's a debate.
So this guiding hand, is this like introducing a universal messenger to the situation that unifies the entire structure into one unit, basically?
So
Isn't
yes,
that
that's
the
a
process going on, the unification of the unicos?
yeah, but it's not to make it boring, okay? Because you're only looking at one example. So this is for education purposes. It's a demonstration. But when you look at the rest of the universe and you see there's diversity, okay, there's a spice of life. There's the different structures and life becomes diverse and exciting. If you're wondering, where do we get all the different varieties of plants or the different varieties of animals or different varieties of insects? And, are there different varieties of people? I think if we're looking at the different varieties of the other families, I think, we'd be kind of safe in coming to the assumption that there are different varieties of humanity. And it isn't just related to color. Because here we have clearly an example of different colors and they're all coming together because it's all part of the magnet family here. Plastic coated magnets, that's all part of one family. But if we were to introduce another magnet, a bigger one, how would that change the picture? It would still be part of the magnet family, wouldn't it? And the YouTube is filled with experiments using magnets. And the magnets come in all different sizes. So the different sizes affect the rate of change. They give us variety. And they're lots of fun. Lots of fun with games with magnets. So the magnets are in the physical realm, but the magnetical is in the plasmatic realm. And the big difference is the rigidness. So you're looking at the physicality, the alignment of all these magnets are very rigid. So there's heavage, there's cleavage, there's angular relationships, there's parallel relationships. Well, when we get into the plasma reality, we don't have these limitations. See, this isn't a skill that we need to acquire. This is a skill that we already have. You cannot exist without using that skill. Because like these magnets, they exist with the energy in motion. You exist with the energy in motion. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you cannot maintain your physicality without energy in motion in you, around you, through you, over you, around you, however you want. That's what maintains your stability. And the earth does the same thing. So what does that mean? that means the context of this physicality has to take in the context of the environment and its physicality. So our stability is based on the Earth's stability in this context. So can our stability be maintained the same in another environment? So we are faced with the prospect that the answer is yes, but we're faced with another prospect, and that answer is that we don't necessarily have to maintain in our physicality. So we're only talking about the basics here right now, so that we understand energy and motion and what is possible. And so when someone tells us, you know, this is the way it is, or this is what is possible, you have the tools to make a decision based on yourself. You don't have to ask anybody, does that make sense? You know, play a game with magnets like this and explain what is going on with this. And the better that you are at explaining, the better it is for you to be able to reach out to other people and explain it to them. And not having doubts as to saying, well, I'm not sure if this is, you know, if this is correct. Well, you have your philosophy and you look at the way the magnets have their philosophy and see if the two meet. And if they don't meet, well, then, you know, someone is wrong. And probably it's you, because the magnets are very well organized. And no one got hurt. This is why peace on earth is so important, because peace in the universe is vital. It is sacrosanct. Thank you all for letting me produce this today, and thank you for listening and participating. I hope you enjoyed the experience.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much.
Yes, he did mention magnets in that meeting, that if, when you try to push them, he was trying to, what did he say here? Let's just see if I can find that there. When you arrive, you are a man of peace. When you arrive, there are no wrong intentions, because the soul will not allow that to take place. Take a magnet and put it in a position, and you see how much more fields you need to exert if you are pushing the magnet to take a new position that it does not allow. It's not allowed. And it's the same with the soul of the man. So apparently the transmutation will happen quite naturally, it seems, but if everything is not correct, how much more you have to push, and it still will not allow it to take that position. It's not allowed. So that's why the thinking, speaking, and acting good, I think, are quite important to this whole process of happening of the transmutation. You cannot push that magnet into place it doesn't want to go. It's not allowed to go into that direction. So I think the ethos of Mitra, again, is quite critical, that we need to carry this now and into the future existence, wherever we are. Even coming back here into the dimension of physicality, we're going to hold up that ethos, I think, so that the next time we want to transmute, it will be there for us. Again, I'm just learning the basics, Alex.
Well, you're doing a great job. And so is everybody in this class, because you can clearly see that everybody is asking for the same thing. They want to understand the terminology to be able to explain it to others. and to explain it with confidence.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, doing it will make it like a piece of cake to teach it in a way. I think this is part of the problem. We haven't done a lot of these things we talk about. And so it makes it kind of, in a way, remote for us, even though we're doing it in the dream state and the rest of it. But we just haven't been able to create that change on our own, more or less. We're learning slowly and gradually. We're being brought into this process. We're all being brought into this process.
Well, there is one thing you do have control over, and that is the change within you. You don't have to ask anybody for permission to do that.
Okay, anyone else want to make any final comments? I'd like to play again a little bit from the Q&A with the Universal Council that was broadcast yesterday, a little bit more on the transmutation process, and then how we're all connected to the Creator. Direct connection with the Creator was the video, which lasts about 8 or 9 minutes. I think it's also instructive. We just need to internalize it and apply it more and more. But as I said, the sessions that are going on now till June will help in this, and then it will be extended more. The system will be developed more, and perhaps even for a quicker understanding of this knowledge and the ability that we all have to do some of the things that we thought were just science fiction. From feeding to traveling to wellness to energy production. I think we're going to understand all of it deeper and deeper as we go along here. Any other comments from anyone before we close? And again, I'd just like you all, I want to thank you for being here and sharing part of your day with us today. And through 24, keep this in your mind. May you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. Thank you all for being here and bringing the change. I'm going to play about 10 minutes of the Q&A with the Universal Council, just the conclusion and a little bit about the transmutation sessions that are being planned. And then the final disclaimer in the meeting will come to an end. Anyone want to make any final comments or thoughts today? Okay, I'm just looking for any new messages. Everyone is saying thank you all. So let's go ahead and do that. And in 2024, may you all be well, happy, and peaceful, and start experiencing some of the new dimensions that we've been talking about. Now we're going to start experiencing more and more as we move into this year of completion. So thank you all again for joining us today. I'm just going to move this over. I think you can see that. Yes, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll conclude with this and then the final disclaimer. Thank you all for being here and bringing the change.
Do office@br.kfwellness.center. This is so in English. The next sessions for the transmutation, preparation for transmutation, is every third Friday of the month from January to June of this year. There will be full day sessions from 9 to 5 p.m. CT time, offered for those that would like to prepare for transmutations. You can book to the January 19, February 16, March 15, April 19 and May 17 and June 21 first individual sessions or the bundle of all 6 sessions for a discount. See the book now. Here you have the site on below. So this is the preparation. Will be there, Marie?
I will not be on the first one. That's I'm working. Cannot go away from work that day. But I hope the other ones. Maybe.
Yes.
Thank you, Claudia.
Me too. So I want to thank you again to be here with us, to bring this change and this knowledge. Thank you.
And again, this is the Q&A with the Universal Council, which is the first Saturday of every month. You can see the link in the Telegram, and you can click into it and join it live. It was a very, very beautiful session, and I hope you all get to review. Marie did a beautiful presentation on the creation of the soul and so on. I think it's very instructive. So let's play the final one again, that we're a direct connection with the Creator.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Então, agradeço ela novamente por estar aqui e trazer todo esse conhecimento para trazer a paz. Obrigada a todos que estão aqui, compartilhem esse conhecimento, que é muito importante para todos os seres humanos. Então, boa noite a todos, até o próximo mês. Thank you, Marie, and see you next month.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you need an intermediary between the sun and the earth to tell what the earth needs to do and to put the sun in a position of work with earth? Does the sun negotiate, talk to someone to teach earth how to rotate, how to move, how to become that emotion of being earth? Or as now he has the control and understanding of his physical structure, it communicates with it direct, with the understanding of other fields and the environment. So the soul of the solar system, the sun, we call it the soul in the body of the man, does not need any intermediaries. As it interacts now, it has its dimension, it has its parameters, and it works. The biggest question now for you as a human race is this. If you understood this, that the sun and the solar system and the interplanetary system, and it does not need any intermediary negotiators, how do you as human race allow mullahs and ayatollahs to tell you how to feel between your soul and the solar physicality and your physical life, when now you understand your responsibility for it? This brings an end to abuse of religions, if you understand the principle of the knowledge. Why do we need to interrupt the physicality within the soul for it to conduct good, where we allow it to abuse when the physicality takes over the soul or engages the soul? This brings us a lot of understanding. This brings an end to the religions. This brings an end into the abuse in the name of the Creator, that not even single ray of the lights of the cosmic lights, universal lights or rays of the Creator ever reached Ayatollah Khamenei. How can he claim to be of it? The same with the Vatican. I put my life at risk, but I've been here for thousands of years. I just changed the fog. And we'll get you. The challenge was that the protector of the faith, the protector of the God's will, the God is here. Answer to it, otherwise it will never end. The God is amalgamation of the souls of the humanity. This is a call for all the religions to end. A new challenge will show, will stand. My direct call goes to those who are set in Iran to protect the return of Mahdi. He has arrived. This hour. It's your own soul. You have to walk away with it. Now, when the Creator hasn't got intermediaries, but the people who inform of the knowledge, He does not intermediaries in the name of the mullahs, ayatollahs, Vaticans with the report of abuse, Jerusalem priests and what we call rabbis with the misleading of the conflict between the two nations and what they call one nation of Palestine. The same goes to the what we call Buddhists and the rest of it. Religions become what? When man understands religions means the conduct of the soul and not a way to what I call put it through is the phases of abuse. If you understand this process, if you understand how you can connect and how you are connected like the earth to the sun without intermediaries, then you should understand there is a bigger scale of work. The universe, the universe, and other levels in between which man is not aware of, and finally the totality of the covenant from this end by knowledge. And our job is to come to and go back. To you, the cycle of coming and going back to maybe 50 or 80 years. To us is billions of years. We have to forget that.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.